The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. In today's session, the Chamber is going to hear the testimonies of witnesses who are going to testify on the character of the accused. And there are two more witnesses to be heard. And we will use the remaining time to hear the testimonies of these two witnesses. Before the proceedings, the greffier of the trial chamber is now instructed to report the attendance of the parties to the proceedings, including the witnesses to be called. The greffier, Mr. President, the parties to the proceedings today are all present, except the civil party lawyers Group 2 and Group 4, who are absent. Witnesses D5 and D6 are available and awaiting call from the chamber. The President, before we proceed to hear the testimonies of the witnesses, the Chamber would like to inquire the civil party lawyers Group 1 concerning the schedule to hear the final statements, the oral statements by the parties to the proceedings. On the 27th of August 2009, a instruction or direction on the submission of the oral submission and the written statement has already been issued, and that on the 23rd of November 2009, the hearing is expected. However, the Chamber has received a request by the co-prosecutors who asked that the hearing to hear the oral statement as scheduled be shifted to the 30th of November 2009. Therefore, the Chamber would like to know the position of the civil party lawyers in relation to the request recently made by the co-prosecutors.
Good morning, Mr. President.
សូមគោរពលោកប្រធានលោកស្រីចៅក្រមជាទីគោរព
Your Honors,
លោកស្រីចៅក្រម
first of all, we were indeed very grateful to Your Honors to have a date, which is, as I stated a few weeks ago, or a week ago, very important for us. We were a bit surprised by the prosecution motion because for all of us it's going to mean quite a lot of flexibility and arrangement. However, we take no position on that matter, and we are in your hands. The only thing we would say is that we would indeed need a decision on that matter one way or another, whatever the date is, because again, all of us will have to come back, and it's quite important for us to know as soon as possible. But we are in your hands on that matter. Thank you.
The President. The Civil Party Lawyers Group 3, would you wish to make any observation in relation to the request or the motion by the co-prosecutors in relation to the schedule of the hearing?
Ms. Martino, hello, good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Your Honors. This date change does not basically bother us. And I support what my colleague Mr. Werner said, we would like, however, that the date be set in a final way because we have to indeed organize ourselves. Thank you, Mr. President.
The President. The Defense Counsel, would you wish to make any observation in relation to the request made by the co-prosecutors in relation to the date to hear the final statement raised by the co-prosecutor? Mr. Kasawut. Mr. President, as to the motion by the prosecutors to shift the oral hearing from the 23rd of November to the 30th of November, the Defense Counsel does not object such motion because we can see that it is only to make it more convenient for the parties to the proceedings, and it is not an intention to extend hearing date. So we are happy that as long as the proceeding is expeditious. The President, thank you, Civil Party Lawyers, both group and the Defense Counsel, for your observations in relation to the date schedule of the hearing. The Chamber would like to inform the parties to the proceeding and the public that after hearing the testimonies of these two witnesses who are going to be called to give testimonies in relation to the character of the accused in a moment, the Chamber then continues its proceedings to put questions to the accused concerning his character. The court official is now instructed to call witness Hun Smien. into the courtroom.
Le témoin suivant, il s'agit de Monsieur Hun Smien.
The President. Good morning, Mr. Witness. Is your name Hun Smien?
Prénom est bien Hun Smien.
Response: Yes, it is, Your Honor. Question: Mr. Hun Smien, how old are you?
Quel âge avez-vous, Monsieur Hun Smien?
Response: I am 60 years old.
J'ai 60 ans.
Question:
Question.
Mr. Hun Smien, where do you live?
Monsieur Hun Smien,
What do you do for a living?
quelle est votre profession?
Response: I live in Stung village, Rolua commune, Swai Chek district, Ban Thiai, Mien Chai province. I am a pensioner.
Je suis retraité.
The President, according to the report of the greffier
Il ressort
reported to the court yesterday, that you have no relation or affiliation with any parties to the proceedings, and that you have already taken an oath. Is the report correct?
que c'est bien exact.
Response:
Réponse.
Yes, it is.
C'est exact.
The President, now the Chamber would like to proceed by informing you the rights and obligation as a witness. As a witness, you have the right not to self-incriminate yourself. And as a witness, you shall only tell the truth, nothing but the truth.
Et rien que la vérité à la Chambre.
Mr. Hun Smien,
Monsieur Hun Smien,
have you known the accused Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch?
vous avez connu l'accusé, Monsieur Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch.
Response:
Réponse oui.
I have not known Kaing Guek Eav. I only have known the person named
Mais
Hong
je l'ai
Pun.
connu sous le nom de Hang Pen. Je n'ai pas connu Kaing Guek Eav.
Question:
Question.
Could you please look at the accused
Voulez-vous
and please respond to my question whether the person you called Hong Pun and the accused who is present in the courtroom is the same person, or is he different from Hong Pun?
se trouve au box des accusés ou est-ce une autre personne?
Response: Your Honor, he is the same
Oui, Monsieur
person.
le Président, c'est bien la même personne.
The President, the accused may be seated.
L'accusé peut se rasseoir.
Could you tell the court how did you come to know him
Quelles sont les
and
circonstances
where?
qui vous ont amené à connaître l'accusé et où est
Response:
personne? Réponse.
Your Honor, I
Le Président,
knew Hong Pun
j'ai connu
in
Hang Pen
1996.
en 1996.
It was in October of that year. And I knew him in my capacity as the director of Swai High School. And at that time, there was shortages in relation to the teachers, so that's why we hired him to work for our school.
Raison pour laquelle nous avons engagé
Question.
l'intéressé dans notre lycée.
You stated that Hong Pen was recruited as a teacher, a school teacher.
Enseignant dans votre
What kind of subject did he
quelle est
teach?
la matière qu'il enseignait?
And how long had he taught at that school?
Pendant combien de temps a-t-il enseigné dans votre lycée?
Response.
Réponse.
He came to work with our school and he was assigned to teach French language.
Il enseignait le français.
He started his work in 2006 and 2007, the academic year. But he started at the beginning from the 28th of October 2006 and finished his teaching at our school by the end of
Il a commencé
March or February,
en 16 et a terminé vers le mois de
probably, because I have not got the document to support this. And by then, he already left the school.
Il a à ce moment-là quitté l'école.
You said, say the president, 2006, 2007. Was it mistaken? Because you also mentioned 1996 and 1997. So which would be the accurate date that you referred to? Response, my apology, Mr. President. Actually, he started working with us on the 28th of October 1996. And he was assigned to teach French.
Demandé d'enseigner le français.
And in February, late February, early March 1997, he already quitted the assignment or the work at the school.
Il a quitté l'école.
លោក
Question. Mr. Hun Smien, could you please
Monsieur Hunsmin
tell the court by describing the character of the accused you have known as Hong Pen, because since you had been encountered with him for some years during the time you worked together with him in your capacity as the director of Swai High School and while he was a teacher, so you may be able to tell the court of your impression in relation to his character.
dire ce que vous avez pu observer concernant sa personnalité.
Response.
Réponse.
Mr. Hong Pen, when he was working at our school,
Alors qu'il travaillait,
was a gentle person.
Pen était une personne douce.
He was not the person who liked talking much.
Quelqu'un qui aimait beaucoup parler,
He liked reading books and liked
lire,
isolation.
et il était plutôt solitaire.
When he came to school, sometimes he came by motorcycle, sometimes he walked to school because the location where he stayed was not far away from the school. It was about 500 meters.
À peu près
and he seemed not to like talking or sharing conversation with the colleagues at the school, because after he finished his teaching duty, he would be sitting alone reading books. And in his teaching, he was a senior teacher, and he was well educated in French language. And I don't know what would be his previous specialty or specialized field, but I noted that he would be well qualified to teach French, since his French is very good. That's why he was asked to teach French. Question. Are you certain that when you recruited Hong Pun as a teacher, in which school was he assigned to work for? Response. When he was employed to work at the high school, he had worked at the educational office of Swai Chek district. Question. Do you know that how long had he been working at the educational office of Swai Chek district? Response. I'm afraid I cannot really remember this, but before 1996, he was seen working at this educational office of the district already, and that my colleague who had been teaching French but then passed away, then we had no one to replace him, and that we noted the Hong Pun who could help. The President, what grades did he teach his French to the students? Response. He taught at grade 8 and grade 9. Question. You then indicated just now that the accused lied being isolated, and that he liked readings and did not like talking much. So can you tell the court whether it is his natural character or because he wanted to hide his act by not socializing himself with the colleagues at school? Response. I'm afraid I don't know. Question. Can you also tell the court about his interactions with the students and the other teachers at the same school and the educational staff at the school that you were the director? How was his interaction with the people in the community? Response. It was normal. It was the normal way of contact. There would be times when people could talk to one another in a normal way. Question. Did he ever show any kind of
Question, est-ce que
inappropriate attitude that hurt the mentality
inadéquate
or the state of minds of the students or the teachers at his same school?
choquer les étudiants ou les enseignants de l'école?
Response: I did not see that.
Non, je n'ai rien vu de la sorte.
Question: when he went to Duch at that school, where was his family? Did he bring his family to live with you over there?
Est-ce qu'il a aussi amené sa famille lorsqu'il est venu
Response.
à notre école? Réponse.
He only brought his children with him when he went to teach at that school. Questioned: you said during the time of his teaching, of the time that he taught there, it was not long, and up to the 28th of February or March. So it means he only taught for 4 or 5 months, and then he gave up his teaching career at that school. What do you mean by giving up? Did he quit teaching, or he quit temporarily and went to work somewhere else for another reason? Can you explain to the chamber? Response. In late February or early March, he disappeared from the school. And only later on, we heard that he wants to work at Samlot. And I did not see the assignment for him to work there. I did not see anything on paper. I only heard through other people. Questioned: so you did not know anything else about him quitting the job and accepted another job in Samlot, or that he was transferred from that current job to work in Samlot? Is this correct? Response: that is correct. Questioned: what about his interaction with other groups besides the teachers and the students at that school? Did you observe his interaction with other groups within the community at the location of his residence? Response: during the time that he worked and stayed there, it was quite short, and I did not fully observe his way of living. And his residence was far from where I stayed, so I could not grasp this situation well. Questioned: what about his religious observance? During his teaching tenure at that school, where you were the principal, during that 4 or 5 months period, did you observe which religion that he practiced? Response: it is my understanding and my observation that he was a Christian. Question. When he quit his teaching career from your school, did he inform you as a school principal? Did he inform the district education department of giving up his job as a teacher? Response. When he quit teaching my school and the department did not know anything about that, he just simply disappeared. The President, judges of the bench, do you have questions to be put to this character witness? The chamber would like now to give the floor to the co-prosecutors to put questions to this character witness if they so wished. The co-prosecutors have 10 minutes. Co-prosecutor, thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Smian. Did you know Duch's performance as a teacher? Was he a hard-working teacher, meticulous, and always fulfilled his assignment? Response. From the beginning, during the first 2 or 3 months, his work performance was excellent, and we as the management committee, even if sometimes we forgot to ring the bell, he had his eyes on his watch and he did this work as well. So it meant he was very attentive to his work and very punctual. Thank you, says the co-prosecutor. Did you ever observe or see Duch slipped his tongue that he was the chairman of S21 and that he was the closest associate to Son Sen, or the reason for him to be a teacher at your school? And it was in order to avoid being arrested by the authority. Did he ever slip any of these lines to you? Response. No, I did not hear that. Thank you, says the co-prosecutor. Did you also know of his relationship with the Khmer Rouge leadership? Response. No, I did not know that. Question. Did you also know whether the Khmer Rouge leadership or the Khmer Rouge soldiers were looking for him during the time? Response. No, I did not know any of these things. Question. When he was teaching at the Zweijage school, if someone were to tell you that Duch was the chief executioner at S21, would you believe that? Response. If I knew, or if I were told that, I would not believe it based on what I could see through him at the time. Question. So you believe that he played his role very well to be observed as a sincere and honest person? Response. Through his activity, he was shown to be a good and friendly person. Mr. President, I do not have any more questions for this, and I would like to give the floor to my international co-prosecutor, the President. The international co-prosecutor, you take the floor.
J'aimerais donner la parole à mon collègue international, le président, monsieur le co-procureur international, je vous en prie.
Mr. Vincent de Wild, question. Mr. Witness, good morning. I would like to know whether during the period where he was teaching in your school, were there any rumors concerning the past of Hang Pin, alias Duch, under the Khmer Rouge? Did some teachers receive information concerning his past? Would they have spoken about it within the school, and would you have paid any attention to this information?
Response.
Réponse.
I myself did not hear and did not know anything regarding what you have raised in your question.
Mr. De Wild, question. When he was teaching there for a very short period, and you were therefore able to see just a few things, you said that he was quite solitary, and I just want to delve a little bit more on his character. According to you, was he somebody who was comfortable in his shoes? Was he happy to be alive and joie de vivre, and or did he look tormented, worried, and depressive?
Response. During his time teaching there, I did not pay much attention to his personal character. At that time, he had just suffered the robbery, and that his wife was killed during the course of that robbery. So he fled to Swajade, and he served as a teacher in that school. And of course, he suffered because of the loss of his wife. And through his teaching activity, I would not have believed that he used to be a senior person. I only thought of his circumstance, of his relocation due to the robbery and the loss of his life, of his wife. That is all.
Mr. De Wild, question. So all of these are suppositions that you made because there was this event. But did the accused himself talk to you about this event, the death of his spouse? Did he show any feelings with regard to this event, or did he hold it as a secret?
Response. Regarding the loss of his wife, I learned of it before he even came to work at my school. And when he came to work at my school, I only knew well of what happened to him, that is, regarding the loss of his wife.
Mr. De Wild, question. Did the accused tell you or to his other colleagues what he had done under the Khmer Rouge? I know that you don't know anything about his past, but did he himself talk about this period to try and justify what he had done during this period and where he was, where his family was?
Response. He never said anything about his past to me.
Mr. Duval, I have two last questions, Mr. President. Question. With regard to his students, how would you qualify his teaching? As a principal, you were able to assist some of his classes, attend some of his classes. Was he authoritarian? Did he tolerate debate and discussions with his students? Did he tolerate a certain amount of disobedience from his students?
Response. In his teaching performance, it was excellent. And the students referred to him as grandpa teacher, and this signified the excellence in his teaching career.
Ce qui reflétait ses qualités pédagogiques.
Mr. Duval, question. To come back to one of the questions of my colleague, when you learned that in reality Hang Peng was Duch, responsible for so much crime, did you feel afterwards that you'd been deceived by this person? Were you shocked that a man responsible for so much torture and execution of men, women and children had been able to share with you 4 years of his life, of your life, and that he had a normal attitude at that time? After that, exposed, when you learned this, did this shock you? Did this scare you? And did you wonder what kind of a man could act in this way and be able to dissimulate his criminal past so well?
Response. Through his teaching activities at my school, and that later on I learned of his criminal past. Even at present day, it is extremely hard for me to take it that he involved with so serious crimes in comparison to his teaching career at my school. It was a complete opposite. In his teaching career, he was so perfect.
C'était un enseignant parfait.
Mr. Duval, thank you, Mr. President. I have no more questions for the witness, whom I'd like to thank as well.
The President, the Chamber would like now to give the floor to the Defense Counsel to put questions to this character witness, if they so wish. The Defense Counsel has 10 minutes. Defense Counsel Ka Savut. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Your Honors. Mr. Hun Smin, I would like you to ask you a few questions. When Hong Pen was your staff at the YJ school, did you satisfied with all the tasks completed by Hong Pen? Response. Through his activity and his teaching performance, it was the most excellent work at my school. Thank you, says Kasabut. So, you were very happy with every aspect of his work? Response, yes. Thank you, says Kasabut. So, from what you knew, Mr. Hong Pen, can you tell us about his feeling? Response. During his teaching tenure there, he was generous, kind, friendly, and he had good relationship with staff, with the management committee, as well as with students. There was no dispute or conflict at all. Kasabut, thank you. From the beginning, you said that he was observed to be alone frequently. Did any of your staff or within the group of teachers or students, did any one of them ever criticize him of being alone or being smirked and did not want to join the group? Response, no. Kasabut, thank you. So, can we say all the staff and all the teachers under your supervisions, they all liked him very much? Response, every one of us was alike. We befriended with him. Kasabut, thank you. When teachers met, they would talk about this or that. So during such meeting, sometimes they talked about politics. Did you ever hear Hong Pen say anything regarding politics? Response. It is possible that they might have talked about the politics. When or during teachers' meeting, we talked on several topics, and it might include the politics. However, during such talking, he would listen to those people, and he would not use any inappropriate words to anyone talking about politics during such meeting. Kasabut, thank you. Just then, you told the chamber that his family was robbed. Did you know whether the robbery took place by the real robbers or the situation took place because of those Khmer Rouge people or group of cadres who wanted to kill him and his family? Response. Regarding the situation surrounding robbery, I was not really sure. Maybe the next character witness would be able to shed light on this issue. Kasabut, thank you, Mr. Hun Smien.
à ce sujet.
for your testimony on the accused character.
Je vous remercie,
Mr. President, I do not have a question for this witness, and if my colleagues has questions, then please allow him to do so. The President, the International Defense Council, if you have questions, you can proceed.
Si vous avez des questions à poser, je vous en prie.
Maître Roux. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, witness. You have said almost everything in answering to the different questions that have been asked of you. Just one or two clarifications. At what time exactly, when exactly did you learn about Duch's arrest? That is what he is called at that time. When did you learn about his arrest?
Response. I learned of his arrest on the radio broadcast, and I saw it on the news, on the television. And when Hong Pen was arrested, I learned of other names, Kaing Guek Eav or Duch. But when I saw his face on the television, I realized it was actually Hong Pen. And I believe it was in late 1997.
Maître Roux, you are probably mixing the dates. It was in 1999, Mr. Witness, just to remind you. So it was on television that you discovered that your former teacher is actually Duch. Is that correct?
Response. I apologize. I think I got confused with the year.
Je me suis trompé d'année, effectivement.
Et donc vous avez
Maître Roux, question. So you
co-procureur
answer to the co-prosecutor that it was then difficult for you to understand. I think there may be a problem with the microphone. Does the interpretation hear me? Yes. So, as I was saying, it was difficult, you said, for you to understand how Duch could have been director of S21 in the past, but also the excellent teacher that you knew. Is that correct?
Response. Could you please repeat your question?
Puis-je vous demander de répéter votre question?
Maître Roux, forgive me, we were interrupted. I was saying that you answered to the co-prosecutor that you were extremely surprised upon learning this news, and that it was difficult for you to understand how Duch had been the former director of S21 in the past, while at the same time he had been
avait été
And, you know, at
un
another
excellent
time,
enseignant.
brother had been an excellent
Vous avez eu
teacher.
du mal à comprendre cela.
You found it difficult to understand this.
Response. According to his activities at the workplace under my supervision, I could observe that
Sous ma direction, j'ai pu constater
he could not have been such a person because his activities when he worked with me did not reflect that he was a cruel person or a drunkard. I could not believe that he ended up being such a person after all.
à croire qu'il avait pu être une telle personne.
Mr. Roux, and this is why, therefore, you came today before this court in order to explain to this court that you had known Duch as an excellent teacher. This is what you came to tell us today.
Un excellent enseignant
An excellent teacher
qui faisait un travail parfait, avez-vous dit.
Did a perfect job. This is what you said.
Response. Yes, it is correct.
Monsieur le témoin, je vous remercie d'être venu jusqu'ici.
Mr. Witness, thank you for having traveled all the way to this court in order to provide your statement. Thank you, Mr. President. I have no further questions.
The President, the Chamber is grateful to Mr. Hun Smien for his testimony before the trial chamber. The proceedings to hear the testimony of Mr. Hun Smien concerning the character of the accused has now come to an end. The witness can join the public to observe the proceedings, or he may choose to go back to his residence if he wishes to do so. The court official is now instructed to make any necessary arrangement so that Mr. Hun Samien can be assisted and that another witness is called into the courtroom.
Pour faire entrer le témoin suivant dans le prétoire.
Good morning, Mr. Witness, said the President. Is your name Peng Puan?
Votre nom est bien Peng Puan.
Response, yes, it is. Question, how old are you? Response, I'm 57 years old. Question, where do you live? And what do you do for the living? Response, I live in Quam, Swai Chek, Banti Mien Chay, and I am a teacher. The President, according to the report by the greffiers of the trial chamber, you have no relationship or affiliation with any parties to the proceedings, and that you have already taken an oath before you are called. Is it correct? Response, yes, it is. The President, the Chamber would like to proceed to notify you of your rights and obligation as a witness. As a witness, you may decline to respond to any questions that you are afraid that the testimony could self-incriminate you, and that as a witness you shall tell the truth, nothing but the truth. Mr. Peng Puan, do you know the accused, Mr. Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch? Response, I never know Kaing Guek Eav. I have known Hong Pen. The President, the accused, could you please rise? The witness, could you please look at the person who is
The President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. I notice the Defense Counsel, Francois Roux, on his feet. Please proceed.
Mr. Hu, forgive me, Mr. President, but before we actually continue on the merits, I just wanted to inform the chamber that the defense has filed to the greffier a certain number of documents which are already listed with year number E5/9. It is a list of new documents that the defense would like to file in the submissions. We are not dealing with the question now, but I just wanted to indicate to the chamber that we have already communicated these documents to the civil parties, to the co-prosecutor's office, as well as to the chamber, so that the day we actually discuss, everybody have in their possession these documents. So I just wanted to inform you of this. Thank you very much.
The President, thank you, Defense Counsel, for your information. I would like now to provide the floor again to Judge Cartwright to continue her questioning to the accused.
Thank you, President. Kaing Guek Eav, you have told the Chamber in the past that you deliberately selected children to guard, interrogate and kill prisoners at S21. As a former teacher, did you have any doubts about implementing CPK policy by using children in this way?
Response, Your Honor. This matter was not only about doubt, but also it's about disagreement. However, it had to be followed without exception. It was determined that the children were the children of Angkar. Whichever direction Angkar pointed them to, they had to follow their direction. As I already told Your Honor and the Chamber previously, when the Chamber was discussing about a person, I cannot recall the code for that person, and we talk about a child I took from Kampong Thom to be under my supervision, and the child has to be loyal and honest and has to abide by Angkar's instructions without asking questions. And that individual did not even know me. That was the duty assigned to me and to every cadre to re-educate and build the children. So it's not only about doubt, but it is about the obligation that needs to be fulfilled, regardless whether we like it or not like it.
You have spoken repeatedly of your acknowledgement of guilt and responsibility for your conduct between April 1975 and January 1979. Is there any other aspect of this acknowledgement that you wish to clarify or add to?
Response, Your Honor. The acknowledgement of guilt by me for the crimes committed at S21, I would like to say that S21 was a mechanism where several people, according to the statistics, of almost 2,000 participated in that mechanism. However, those people were to follow my orders, because at S21 I represented CPK in that office. However, the obedience were through the chain of command. I was influential over all those staff, and that they had to commit those criminal acts without exception Whatever I order them, they had to follow and accomplish them. That is one issue. And the second issue is that the criminal acts that I personally committed is my annotation on those confessions, and that is important. In addition to that, I taught those people, I eradicated their proper vision, and I indoctrinated them with criminal ideology, as I informed Your Honor already. My instructions to them on the 18th February 76 were that the people who were arrested by Angka, they had to be regarded as enemies. If you cannot do that, you cannot extract confessions from them. They were the intellectuals. When they saw people, they would think whether the person would be the offenders or the people who makes the offense. But if we allow them to think, those intellectuals would form an anti-party view. And if that is the case, then I, who was the top person responsible, I would be punished with no exception. So party-wise, I had to instruct them. And another criminal responsibility was my overall supervision of the office. If I myself was loyal to the party, that's only me, only one. But if I could rebuild other people to be loyal to the parties, then the party would have more strength. And the term meticulous, hardworking, striving, which I used to describe my character, and if we talk within the context of a government that loves the country, that loves its people, that would be my virtue. But on the contrary, the government was a criminal mechanism. A criminal and cruel mechanism for this century. So all those words that describe my character are painful to me in that context. This is my response, Your Honor.
It has been suggested, on the one hand, that you remained a loyal and committed member of the CPK for many years after January 1979, and on the other hand, you have said, in effect, that you were having increasing doubts and that you were a prisoner of the regime, a term used in the closing order. Did you ever leave the CPK formally before your arrest?
Response, Your Honor. My dissatisfaction did exist. My willing to live did exist. However, as a human being, I had to weigh the path I chose to walk. There is a Khmer saying, you only step forward when your back foot is firm. If the back foot is not firm, the step forward would be crumpled. So, I could only live if the situation would grant me that opportunity. And for instance, when the CPK did not allow UNTAC to disarm them, it was a complex situation. And then, as a result, UNTAC decided to attack that area. And of course, they were dispersed, although later on, once in a while, they would conduct sporadic raids here and there. So before I stepped forward, I had to make sure that my back foot was firm enough for me to do so. And that was the process that I outweighed and that I considered before I made my next move during the process, Madam Judge.
During her testimony, Françoise Sironi-Guilbeault spoke of a process, a psychological process that you have been going through. At the beginning of this trial, you expressed your remorse for the suffering of the victims of S21. Do you feel any differently after hearing some of the people who were detainees at S21, who worked at S21, or who were the survivors of those who had died at S21? Did you feel any different sort of remorse after hearing them?
Est-ce que ce sentiment de remords a évolué?
Response. Your Honor,
Madame la juge,
my remorse does exist and it has progressed.
et ce sentiment a
When
évolué.
Professor Sironi could reflect on this or not, I am not sure. But personally, I knew it has progressed.
Moi-même, je sais que ce sentiment a évolué.
Of the awareness and acknowledgements that I committed criminal act at S21, you personally witnessed the fact that the victims they could point the fingers at me, at my face, and I bow myself before them, and I would not deny anything. So that's how progressed or how developed my feeling of remorse was. Yesterday, my former friend, Susat, met me. She pointed her finger at my face, and she said, you was overthrown yourself and mad with the ideology of Mao Zedong. I accepted her speech, but I did not point my finger at her. I used my hand to pat on her knee, and she continued to say that Mao Zedong was wrong, and you allowed him to lead you by the nose. And I told her jokingly that how could you say that? You are not a politician. I spoke to her calmly and gently, and she also said, it is confusing to understand the attitude of the former Khmer leaders. And I realized that she was really upset and angry. So the fact that I was pointed a finger at, I could see the feeling inside them, and of the remorse and the regret that they had on me, on the wrong choice that I chose. And the remorse and the regret was as a result of what had been committed. And as I said earlier, whatever I am or I will be punished by the Cambodian people, I will not regret that. I will accept it. If they open the door for my apology, and I would do so, I would apologize to them. If they want to point their fingers at me, either here in the hearing before this chamber or outside, I would not mind at all. I would accept it. And when the true psychological expert gave the testimony, I appeal to them. I appeal for the advice, for the world to see me as a human again. If they could provide me with the treatment or any path that I should follow in order for people to see me as a human being again.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no further questions.
The President, Judge Lavenge, you take the floor.
The facts that you are being reproached as they are allegated are of an unbelievable violence. And I'd like you to indicate here whether in your opinion, in your life course, in your childhood or later, you were confronted with situations of violence that may explain your participation as it is alleged. In your childhood, were you confronted to situations of violence? How were the relations within your family? How did they take place? Did you suffer violence in school? Is this something that you accepted?
Response. John, through my childhood until I was grown up, I did not ever touch on this issue, as it affects the gratitude by me towards my teachers, as I respected my teachers a lot. While I was at school, a teacher beat me up subjectively. For a mistake that I did not commit. In that case, my mother made a complaint against that teacher.
Étant donné cette situation, ma mère a adressé une plainte à l'encontre de cet enseignant.
However, later on, I had a pity on that teacher.
Plus tard, j'ai pris pitié de cet enseignant.
Later on, he was sick and passed away.
Plus tard, il est tombé malade et il est décédé.
And in my mind, I did not regard him as anything else, but as my respectful teacher.
Je ne le considérais comme rien d'autre qu'étant mon enseignant que je devais respecter.
That was the first matter. And on the second matter, the criminal acts committed by the politicians toward the country and toward the nation and the Cambodian people themselves.
Vis-à-vis de leur pays et vis-à-vis du peuple cambodgien lui-même.
As I already reported to the chamber that the Lonal forces went to Samlot to behead the peasants there in 66.
En 1966, décapiter les paysans.
I then form a view as it was written on a placard when a plastic bomb exploded in the royal palace.
Sur une pancarte, lorsqu'une bombe,
That grenade
le palais royal a été plastiqué, une bombe a explosé.
exploded and killed a
Cette
prince.
explosion a provoqué la mort d'un prince.
Mekewand, the Prince Mekewand, was killed in the process of the explosion of that grenade.
Au cours de l'explosion de ce dispositif explosif.
The placard read, "Spare the life of the enemy."
La pancarte indiquait épargner la vie des ennemis.
It's like killing your own people.
C'est un petit peu comme si on tuait son propre peuple.
In conclusions, despite all these events,
En dépit de tous ces événements,
and despite the song that I just sang and told the co-investigating judges previously,
de ce que j'ai déjà dit au co-juge d'instruction précédemment,
regarding a contemptible spy,
concernant les méprisables espions,
and in the CPK slogan it reads, "Blood will be revenged by blood."
le sang appelle le sang en guise de revanche.
My acceptance of responsibility in the police office, starting from M13 and onward,
Responsabilité dans le cadre du travail policier à partir de M13 et après,
was within the context that I could not avoid it.
dans ce contexte que je n'ai pu, dont je n'ai pu me soustraire.
And it was within the framework that I urged them, I appealed to them to leave.
J'ai lancé un appel pour que les personnes partent.
My appeal was accepted to the extent that I would not instruct it to kill victims or detainees with my own hands.
J'ai accepté ce rôle dans la mesure où je n'avais pas à tuer de mes propres mains qui que ce soit.
And that I did not have to request to them to make the arrest of this person or that person.
Procéder moi-même à l'arrestation de telle ou telle personne.
Although there were grounds to do so.
Bien que
And despite all these agreements and acceptance,
et en dépit de cela,
the crimes
cette acceptation
that I committed
les crimes que j'ai commis
was my responsibility.
relèvent
So all my activities between the 17th April 75 to the 6th of January 79, and starting from the 18th of August 1975, when I was the deputy chair of that office, and from March 1976, when I rose to be the chair of that office. All these criminal acts were done blindly, and I am fully responsible for them. This is my response, Your Honor.
Judge Lavergne, now getting back to violence again. You are telling us, in fact, that there was, on the part of certain people, and also because of your education, there were therefore people who were allowed to use violence, even if this violence was not justified or unjust. You said that your professor, who had beaten you, and that he had beaten you unjustly, but that, however, you believed that what was the most important thing was the fact that he was your professor. And could the fact that he was your professor justify violence in your eyes?
Response. What I said was an old story from 1953. If I think back, or in hindsight, my feeling and knowledge at that time was that I was also upset with that teacher.
Choqué du comportement de cet enseignant.
I was offended by him.
J'étais offensé par cet enseignant.
I knew that he made a mistake.
Je savais qu'il était dans l'erreur.
I knew that he was mean.
Je savais qu'il était méchant.
However, I tried to forget all that. And later on, he passed away.
Plus tard, il est décédé.
And I could suppress the feeling of that memory.
Je suis arrivé à éradiquer le souvenir, ce souvenir.
If we talk about humankind, humanitarian way,
De la dimension humaine,
any type of violence cannot be forgiven.
ne peut être pardonné.
But the CPK
Aucun type de violence ne peut être pardonné, reprend l'interprète. Mais le PCK
had one word: revolutionary
n'avait
anger
qu'une
or
expression,
violence.
la colère ou la violence révolutionnaire.
And class anger or class violence.
La colère ou la violence des classes.
That was the philosophy of that regime.
La philosophie de ce régime,
which was the most cruel and mean
c'est ce qui a été l'élément le plus cruel et le plus méchant
of any communism.
de tout communisme qui put exister.
As I stated this morning,
Je dis ce matin,
it was contradicting the philosophy of religions.
cela a été contradictoire à la philosophie de religion,
Contradicting the Buddhist
cela allait
disciplines
à l'encontre de la discipline bouddhique,
and contradicting
cela allait à l'encontre
the rules and disciplines of Christianity or of Islamic
connue
law.
par le christianisme ou par la loi islamique.
So I could see that in this world no violence can be forgiven. Unlike
Constater que
the
dans le monde
CPK or the communism doctrine, which divided violence into different types. For example, the class violence, as I just stated.
de violence il y avait, comme je viens de le dire, la violence de classe.
Judge Lavergne, getting back to this same subject of your confrontation with violence and your personal history, in your education and within your family, was there violence, or could there have been violence? And did you consider this violence as being somewhat justified? Were you sometimes corrected by your parents?
Response, Your Honor.
Réponse, Monsieur le juge.
My mother is still living.
Ma mère est toujours en vie.
And I actually do not want to touch on this subject matter.
Je ne souhaite pas aborder cette question.
Every time I did make a mistake,
Chaque fois que je faisais une erreur,
she would beat me or give me
elle me corrigeait,
one or two lashes.
ou me donnait un ou deux coups de fouet.
And if I did not make any mistake,
Et si je ne faisais pas de bêtises,
and without even beating me up, when she blamed me for something I did not do, I would get upset with her.
même alors, lorsqu'elle me reprochait des choses que je n'avais pas faites, moi je protestais.
My mother rarely beat me with anything else, but usually she only beat me with
Autre chose, mais
coconut leaf.
elle me battait à coups de feuilles de noix de coco.
Judge Lavergne, if I am not mistaken, You are the eldest child in your family. And did this position offer you any kind of special position in your family? And were you in a position of superiority when you were in charge maybe of bringing up your younger brothers and sisters? And in this upbringing, were you also sometimes given the possibility of using violence sometimes, maybe to correct your brothers and sisters?
Response. Of course, yes, I was the eldest son in the family. However, as witnesses already made it clear that I focused a lot on study. My younger siblings were taken care of by my mother. As to educating my sibling, I did feel close to my immediate sister. So this is how my family's life is.
Judge Lavergne, when you were a teacher, in your teaching activities, did it ever happen, did you ever use violence in your teaching activities at any moment?
The accused, no, I never used any kind of violence during my teaching.
Judge Lavergne, you spoke.
Normally at primary school, teachers may resort to beating children or students. But at high school level, teachers were not allowed to beat any students. And it was the policy, educational policy, when I was a teacher.
Judge Lavergne, and what about you personally? Did you believe that violence was something that was anti-pedagogical?
Response. When I was still a teacher, I did not pay that deep attention to this root matter. I have not taken this into account. However, some teachers set a good role model for me. The role model that without beating, the students still loved the teachers. At the junior high school level, there was only one teacher in Kampong Thom who was resorting to violence against students. Well, violence here means he tend to threaten the student. He used big words, for example, but not beating. There was only one teacher I knew who could really use strong words or big words to students. But I noted that that teacher's educational background was not high enough. That's why he resorted to shouting at students. The most majority of my teachers never used violence, and students liked their teaching, and the students found it easy to follow their instruction without such violence. So this is my observation, the observation I had since I started school in grade 3.
Judge Lavergne, so even if you hadn't thought about this too much, you did have some kind of admiration for those who were your role models and who did not need to resort to violence. Is this what I must understand?
Response: yes, it is correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
Judge Lavergne, now I would like to bring up another topic, which is a bit different in this history of violence, which is therefore political violence. You said that you had been confronted to a certain number of episodes of violence of this kind. Can you tell us if at any moment in your personal history, if there was a moment when you considered that political violence could be justified? And as of when and for which reasons?
Response: I talked about the political violence in some load the other day. And I also said the political violence in Indonesia. And I once indicated about the crimes of the clique of four, the gang of four. I therefore personally believe that political violence is vindicated. Justified.
crois qu'il y a eu un problème d'interprétation. Est-ce que vous pouvez
Judge Lavergne, I
reprendre
believe that there was a problem in the interpretation. Can you please restate what you were saying? Thank you.
Response. Both the political violence at Samlot
Oui, je disais que les actes de violence politique qui étaient commis à Samlot
in 1966,
en 1966,
and at the same time there was another political violence in Indonesia.
les actes de violence politique commis en Indonésie à la même époque.
And in the same year, there was another political violence in
La
China.
politique observée en Chine,
All these political violences
toute cette violence
are
politique
or were not justified, as I believe.
pas justifiée.
Although the CPK had tried its best to indoctrinate us that the political violence, the class anger were brilliant,
Colère de classe,
perfect.
la haine de classe étaient des choses excellentes.
Il y a, me
Judge
semble-t-il,
Lavergne,
un parcours,
I believe that in your personal
moment
history,
où vous faites
there
un choix.
is a moment when you made a
engagement.
choice, when you made a commitment,
Est-ce que
the
dès
commitment to the
votre
CPK.
engagement dans le PCK,
Did your
vous avez accepté comme pouvant
did you
être
accept your
justifié
adherence to the CPK as being justified?
une certaine forme de violence politique?
And did you accept a certain form of political violence when you adhered to the CPK? Because there is a big difference, of course, between the teacher
Considère que la
who
violence
believes that violence
n'a pas de place
has no place in
dans un monde civilisé.
a civilized, quote unquote, in a quote unquote civilized world in which teaching has its right place. And then there is a transition, there is a change, and therefore I'd like you to explain what were your reasons, what were your choices,
Personnel.
your personal choices.
Response. Honestly, your question is hard to understand, but I will do my best to
Tenter d'y répondre.
respond based on the best recollection of my knowledge.
En fonction de ce dont je me souviens.
Temporarily, if the response is not that correct to the question you prefer, then I would need to rephrase it.
Que je reformule.
At that time,
Mais donc à l'époque,
when I joined the CPK, which was in 1966,
c'était en 66.
No, not 1966, 1969.
C'était en 69.
In 1969. And
Donc en 1969.
my understanding in relation to the indoctrination of the policy of political violence was not yet passed on to me and was not known to me yet.
Je n'ai pas encore connaissance de la ligne officielle sur la question de la violence politique.
I did not learn that political violence was treated by the CPK as the ordinary soup and rice.
C'était comme le pain quotidien.
Later on, I learned of this policy when I was forced to become the chairman of M13. So in my whole life, regarding to the understanding of the political violence, whether the political violence was consistent in the humanitarian nature. May I repeat my statement? Although the Communist Party of Cambodia regarded the political science was excellent, righteous, and perfect, I never admitted that it would be that way. However, I was compelled to adhere to the policy. I think I was not alone who was of such opinion. Other people shared this common sense. Now, I would like to give you an example of those who share the same sentiment. My wife, her brother was killed and buried in a pit with other musicians, traditional Khmer musicians. My wife was speechless. She never even mentioned about this. She never even referred to the blood for blood. Even the song that I referred to just recently, my wife never sang it. My wife, I would like to emphasize, was good at singing. After 1979, she would say that she would talk with me that by and large we were very sympathetic for our parents, because they tried to bring us up, and then when we grown up, we were used by the other people, and if they were not satisfied with our performance, then they have us smashed arbitrarily. I therefore believe that both my wife and I knew of the policy of the CPK and this matter, but we were compelled to adhere to the policy. And the CPK itself at the later stage erased the slogan, the blood for blood, and this phrase had never been used again. So the CPK later on realized that they forced their own members of the party to admit, to recognize this philosophy or policy, but then they noted that they could not win.
Mais a compris que qu'il ne pouvait pas ainsi gagner.
In conclusion,
Et pour conclure,
I was influenced
j'ai été influencé
by a current I call the political or the violence
par un courant idéologique inspiré
current.
par la violence.
And this kind of policy was so-called the pure tool for the party.
Une politique qui se voulait
Pure tool.
l'outil, l'instrument pur du parti.
However, I never ever admitted that the political violence was in any form consistent with the humanitarian
Cohérente
nature.
avec la nature de l'homme. Était conforme plutôt à la nature humaine.
I would like to end it now,
Voilà,
respectfully.
là-dessus.
Judge Laverne,
Vous dites que votre
you
engagement
say
au
that
PCK
your
date de
commitment to joining
1969.
CPK dates back to
Il me
1969.
semble, sauf erreur de ma part,
Now, unless
que c'est la période à
I
laquelle
am
vous êtes
corrected,
en
this
détention.
is a period during which you were in detention,
Donc,
1969.
nécessairement, me
Therefore,
semble-t-il,
quite
votre
obviously,
engagement
I believe your
auprès
commitment
du PCK, même si vous n'étiez pas à ce
to
moment-là
the
peut-être membre
CPK,
du
even
PCK,
if at that time you were
votre
not a
attirance
member of the
peut-être pour le
CPK, but your
date
attraction
de bien avant.
to the CPK dates back to well
Et
before.
ce que je voudrais savoir, c'est
And what
si
I would like
dès
to
cette
know is
attirance,
that as
vous
of
aviez
this
connaissance
attraction,
d'actions
did you have any
violentes
knowledge
menées
of
par
violent
le PCK
action carried out
et
by the
savoir comment vous
CPK?
jugiez à l'époque ces
And
actions
I'd like to know how you judged these violent actions at that time.
សូមអរគុណលោកចៅក្រមដែលបាននិយាយ
Response. Thank you, Your Honor, for describing the date when I joined the revolution. Actually, I initially joined the revolution in 1964 in October. In 1965, I became the focal candidate or focal person for the party.
Candidat, membre candidat du parti.
I conducted an induction ceremony
Suivi
in 1967.
en 1967.
On the 20th of July
Puis le
1969, I was detained in jail,
j'étais arrêté et incarcéré.
and the branches who in the jail helped me assist with my work.
Et j'ai trouvé des appuis dans la prison.
I remember part of your question that I could respond, but I forget the last part of your question. Could you please repeat it?
Il y avait une deuxième partie. Est-ce que vous pouvez la répéter?
Et tout d'abord,
Judge
sur,
Laverne,
vous nous dites que
first of all,
dès,
well,
1965,
you said that
vous
as
êtes
of
membre candidat.
1965 you
Je
are
suppose
a
qu'une de vos
candidate
premières activités,
member,
ça
and
a
I
été de
suppose
vous
your
initier
preliminary activity was
aux théories,
to initiate
communistes.
to a communist
Dans ces
theory.
théories, me semble-t-il, on prône
And in
une
these
certaine forme
the
de lutte.
theories, they
Est-ce
talk
que vous
about a
êtes
kind of
interrogé
struggle.
sur la lutte
Are you
que vous pouviez mener
interested
au sein
in the
du Parti
struggle that you
communiste?
could carry out
Est-ce que ce sont
within
des
the
questions
Communist
que vous êtes
Party?
posées?
Are these
Est-ce que
questions
ce sont des
that you
questions que
asked
vous avez
yourself?
posées vous-même?
Are these questions that you
Est-ce
asked
qu'à ce
yourself?
moment-là, il y a eu
And at that time, were there any actions, any specific violent actions carried out by the CPK in retaliation, in response to other political actions against the regime?
Response. I analyzed the CPK history and I could divide it in two parts. First, it should have been from the beginning when the party was established until the 1970s coup d'etat. During this period, the initial period, the CPK implemented the policy to gather forces.
Surtout chercher à mobiliser des forces.
They did not dare do anything to cause any harm to the life of any individual. From December 1970 onwards, the CPK got the liberated zone in its control, and the CPK generated more members of the party. The CPK obtained military forces and enforced at that moment that the CPK exercised or implemented the political violence which caused harms to the lives of Cambodian citizens. At this end, I would like to also indicate that so far as I remember, the date when I started to join the revolution and became the full-trial candidate or member, I think what I have already told the court is accurate based on the best of my knowledge and memory.
Judge Laverne, you have spoken a lot about the constraint that you found yourself in, forced to accept this form of violence that you said you refused, rejected. Now, despite this, were you not led to make personal choices? Were you always forced to? Or were there moments where you said to yourself, I commit myself, I sacrifice, make the sacrifice, I accept? What was your vision of things with regard to this problem? Or are we, as the experts said, in phenomena such as splitting? There were things that you refused and on the other hand, you had your commitment. How do you explain this?
The accused, Your Honor, thank you for raising this issue. I would like to make it clear that the aspect as indicated by the experts and based on the questions being put in this chamber, there has been impression that I did not admit that what I had done was correct, but why I still maintain my job and keep on going, kept on working with that. Based on my personal analysis and based on the philosophy I was taught, as I already indicated this morning, it is called in French unité de contraste. For example, the National Front of Cambodia. There were people from the Royalists. There were parties from the Communist side combined. So these two parties were opposing one another, but they were united in one front. Having hated the political violence, having hated the execution or killing was part of it was a part of my attitude. However, the party really educated us to understand this political violence. So these two notions are contradictory already. Although we opposed the notion, but by the end of the day, we were compelled to follow it. And as time and again, I keep saying that I feel embarrassed or ashamed that I fell into this track. And I indicated before the co-investigating judges that I was the actor of the crime of the regime. I still believe that these were the two roles I played. I played two roles. Number one, number two, I was the actor of the crime, or in French, acteur de crime. Dr. Sironie Guilbeault already mentioned about Le Rouage in her statement. I may have to conclude my response to Your Honor now.
Judge Laverne, I believe we'll have to stop now. I'll probably have other questions to put to you, and we'll see that later, Mr. President.
The President, it is already an appropriate time to take the adjournment, and we will take the adjournment now. The hearing will resume on Monday, the 14th of September 2009 at 9 a.m. On Monday, we are going to hear the testimonies of the experts, Goldstone Richard, but the hearing will be conducted based on the remote participation, and we're going to listen to this witness, and the remaining time during the week will be reserved to question the character of the matter on the character of the accused. Detention facility personnel are now instructed to take the accused to the detention facility and bring him back to the courtroom on Monday at 9 a.m., Monday the 14th of September. The greffier, all rise. The President, please be seated. The court is now back in session. Mr. Lang Wagner, if you attempt to talk about the same matter, then you would not be allowed to get the floor.
Mr. President, I just wanted to inform you that I was requested by my colleagues from groups 2 and 4, in particular Mr. Hong Kim-soon and Mr. Kong Pisei, and to inform you that the reason why they are not here in the hearing since Monday is that they are trying to obtain documents to support the cases of their civil parties, as this was indicated last week. And this is why they are not here with us today, and this is also the reason why they were not with us neither on Tuesday nor on Monday. And they asked me to let you know this. Thank you.
The President, thank you, Mr. Lang Huek, for giving this information to the court. The security personnel are now instructed to take the accused to the dock. This morning, you gave us a full detail in relation to the reason why you converted your religion, and finally you chose to be the follower of Christian religion. Can you tell the court when did you start to practice this new religion, and where would you go to the church? Response. I was baptized on the 6th of January 1996 at Songkai River under Mr. Christopher Lapelle's supervision. Christopher D. Lapelle and Pastor Daniel Alias. I attended an annual workshop at the Christian Association at Chom Ka Sam Rao 2. In Cambodia, we would refer to this location as the church. And when I approached Sam Lod, my contact with the church was far apart, and that when I was detained at the military court, I found it difficult to continue practicing the religion. However, when I came to the court, the ECCC, Mr. Christopher D. Lapelle could pay a frequent visit to the detention facility, and I also could practice this religion with Father Robert Fisher once every month. Question. When you returned after the Khmer Rouge forces took or gathered all the villagers to the camps, and then later on the people were allowed to repatriate. Can you please tell the court, after the second repatriation, what kind of job
Pouvez-vous me dire
did you have?
quel travail vous avez trouvé à ce moment-là?
Response.
Réponse.
The Territory Committee at Samlot,
À Saint-Lô,
under supervision of Sumaid
le comité
and
Soumet,
Sopal,
ainsi que Sopra,
the former Samlot governor,
ancien gouverneur de
and General Samsing Kung.
et aussi un général
And they had a discussion and made a decision to
comité a décidé
delegate the duty as the chief of the educational department of the district.
de
And
déléguer les responsabilités en matière d'éducation
I
au
had
district.
to prepare myself well
Il a fallu que je me prépare
to make sure that I could be promoted to that position. However, everything was compromised when Nick Dunlop found me, and later on I was
retrouvé.
arrested and put under detention at the military court on the 10th of May 1999.
19.
Question. Do you still recall the date when the two journalists, as you mentioned, Mr. Nate Tyler and Nick Dunlop, who came to discover you and interview you, when was it exactly?
Quand était-ce exactement?
Response.
Réponse.
I don't remember the date,
Je ne me souviens pas de la date.
but I may perhaps give you some brief information.
Je peux peut-être vous donner
First,
quelques
Nick
éléments
Dunlop
d'information.
went there alone,
Est venu seul.
and he said that he met me by accident. It was not correct. He was searching for me when I was prepared to become the chief of the district educational department. And later on, he obtained my photo.
Il a obtenu ma photo.
And then he presented the photo to Nate
Il a
Tyre.
montré cette photo à Nate Tyre.
And then the two of them
Après cela,
came to me.
tous les deux
First,
sont venus.
I met only one of them, but then later on that both of them came to me and presented me some information, some document with the presence of Nate Tyre. And having seen the photo, I just told them that it was me and I was the chairman of S21. I had been hiding this information for long because of my security reason, personal security, because Pol Pot, Nuon Chia, Tham Mok, they tried to tell that S21 was established by the Vietnamese, or it was the crimes orchestrated by the Vietnamese. So after that, I was rather worried, and Tham Mok was already arrested on the 6th of March 1996, and I was correction 1999, and they interviewed me without telling me that my interview would be tape recorded, and the other guy who came along with them were taking the record of my interview. And then Mr. Christopher Peshu took me to the Monorom Hotel in Battambang, where where they conducted interrogation. And on the night of the 3rd of May 1999, the interview completed. So first I met Nick Dunlop, later on Nate Tyre and Nick Dunlop all together, and there was another Galwa national who was the cameraman. And then I was taken by Mr. Christopher Pichot and Heng Hom King and another woman. They took me to this monorail hotel, and I would like to apologize for mixing this event up. Thank you. The President, judges of the bench, would you wish to put questions to the accused? If so, you may now proceed. Judge Silver Cartwright, you may proceed, please.
Thank you, President. Kaing Guek Eav, the purpose of the questioning concerning your character is to ascertain relevant information which can be used if you are convicted of offences with which you are charged at sentencing. You understand that? Do you want me to repeat what I said?
The accused. Thank you, Judge Cartwright. I think there has been not properly translated. I think this moment is, of course, for me, as I understand, is the time that I can be here to have my crime or sentence reduced.
Yes. I need to make the point that you are not yet convicted of any offences. As a consequence, this examination of your character will be useful if you are convicted and for the purposes of any sentence that is imposed. Is that more clear now?
Judge Lavan, you may proceed, said the President.
Judge Lavergne, if I may, I believe, as you see, I have a dissident problem in relation to the questioning here relating to the sentence. Well, what seems important to say that, as far as I'm concerned, the questioning regarding the character of the accused is not limited to the problems, to the issue of determining the sentence, but that it is destined to partake in a proceeding with the aim of ascertaining the truth and also to know who the accused is. And this question of knowing who the accused is must allow us to understand the reasons behind the facts that are held against him. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I am letting you know that the questioning on character is not only limited to an issue of determining the sentence.
Thank you, Judge Lavan. I have a first question of you, Kaing Guek Eav, and it's preliminary to my other questions. Last week, Part 3 of the closing order was read out, and this was done before the testimony of the experts began and before character witnesses were called. I just want to clarify now if you have any further comments in relation to the summary in the closing order concerning your character.
The accused, Your Honor, the substance of the closing order or the indictment is not challenged by me, but there is a minimal technical issue, probably of mistyping. My youngest son, who was born on the 30th of July, 1977, I'm sorry, the third child was not a daughter. He is my son. It is just a very minimal typing mistake, but in general, I concur with all these statements.
Well, in order to correct that matter, are you saying that your third child was a boy born on which date?
The accused, I think the only problem is the gender issue, because the date of his birth is correct, except that he's a boy.
Well, currently the closing order says that you have 4 children, a girl born on 27 April 1977. Is that correct? A boy born on 14 December 1978. Is that correct? And you say a boy born on 30 June 1981? And your last child is another son born on the 28th of October 1985. Is that correct? So you have 3 sons and 1 daughter.
The accused, Your Honor, I got 3 sons and 1 daughter.
Thank you. Now, in addition to the closing order concerning your character, there were comments in the closing order about your psychiatric and psychological profile, which have been greatly extended by the oral testimony of the 2 experts, Professor Ka Sanbanat and Françoise Sironi-Guibault. Do you have any further comments that you wish to make in relation to their testimony?
The accused. The report of both experts was already commented by me in the chamber, and I would stand by the statement I made earlier.
In addition to those comments and the comments of the character witnesses called over the last 2 days, other people have made observations about your character. Many of those have been in books published about the Khmer Rouge regime and are on the case file. I would like to ask you some questions concerning the observations about your character and personality in some of those books. The first is in Elizabeth Becker's book, When the War Was Over, ERN in Khmer 00237694 to 00238316, and in English 00232197 to 00232710. At page 262 of the English text, she says this: Duch oversaw a precise department of death. Duch even set aside specific days for killing various types of prisoners. One day the wives of the enemies, another day the children, a different day the factory workers. Such attention to detail had become a signature of Duch during his rise through the party ranks. Do you agree with that assessment or have any comment to make on it?
The accused. S21 is a criminal mechanism. The detainees, including the male, female, young, old, and children, were all victims of it. And these people included the workers and cadres of the party center and intellectuals. So, to be consistent with the statement by Elizabeth Becker, I hope this is the statement I can emphasize. Regarding the right delegated from my superior, I have already indicated at this court that the right from the statute, Article 8 of the party statute, and that the decision was made based on the document dated on the 9th of October 1975.
I am interested to know if you agree that part of your character or personality is to pay great attention to detail as suggested by Elizabeth Becker.
Response. I believe your question means that I respected the superior. And indeed, I respected my superior unconditionally.
I believe the point that Becker is attempting to make is that in your work you paid great attention to detail. You were very efficient at it. Do you agree with that?
Response. Yes, I fully agreed on this topic.
She goes on to say, Duch ultimately became one of the half-dozen most important leaders in the country, as Tuol Sleng became the nerve center of the system of terror. Do you have any comment to make to the suggestion that you became one of the half-dozen most important leaders in the country?
Response. It is my analysis who knew the true nature of the party. The people who has the authority would be the members of the party center, and as I submitted to the chamber before, there were 4 levels of the party centers. That is, the standing committee members, both full rights and candidate, and the full rights and the candidates for the party center members. What I say is not for me to avoid the criminal responsibility, but it is what stated in their statute based on their structure.
She goes on to explain that comment by saying this. Duch helped concoct, that means make up, the evidence against suspects. By controlling confessions of victims, hence the evidence of crimes, he was gradually able to manipulate the party leaders and point to unsuspected enemies. Do you have any comment to make on that assessment?
Au sein de la population. Et c'est ce qu'il est. Madame Becker dit également que Monsieur Duch concoctait
Response, Your Honor.
la substance des aveux. Avez-vous des
I
commentaires
reported
Réponse.
to the chamber already
Comme je l'ai déjà dit à la
regarding the crimes. First, I believed the serious crime was the establishment and the building of cadres. The more cadres they would make, the more force they would have. And that is the core issue. Regarding the crime of interrogating prisoners or annotating on the confession are indeed my personal criminal activities, and I acknowledge that. This is my response, Your Honor.
You heard David Chandler's evidence and have heard portions of his book, Voices from S21, read out in court earlier. I want you to comment on a statement that Professor Chandler made in court, and I'll summarize it. he said you wanted to excel at your job at S21, that you thought you were doing an excellent job, that you wanted to excel right throughout your career from the time you were a student. You wanted to serve those, your superiors, with enthusiasm and skill, and you wanted to be proud of your work. Is that a fair assessment of your character?
Response, Your Honor. Talking about wanting to be in that role, indeed, yes. But I do not want to say the reason for my wantings to be such a person at this stage.
Would you agree with this summary? You are intelligent, well educated, you work hard, and you work enthusiastically. You would like to please your superiors. You wish to be professional in everything you do. You are meticulous in your work. Pay attention to detail. Keep very good records and are well organized. And in general, you are proud of the work that you have done. Is that a fair summary, or do you have any comment?
Response. I do not object to the statement.
The two experts emphasized that during your work at S21, you were driven by the fear of being killed. However, Chandler, during his evidence before the chamber, commented on the hundreds of annotations on the confessions, annotations that you wrote. He said you would frequently correct and criticize what the prisoners had confessed. You would suggest beatings and torture. You would urge interrogators to unearth the buried truth, and you would suggest fresh lines of inquiry. Is that a fair comment by Chandler on the annotations on the confessions at S21?
Une affirmation fidèle et le reflet fidèle de votre travail à S21.
Response. The evidence is still there, and nobody can deny the evidence that I indeed annotate, and I worked hard to annotate on those confessions in order to push forward the interrogation so that the superiors would understand the process. And the reason that I did is different from the rationale provided by David Chandler. It is, in my opinion, that I have a philosophy. Trying to work is for two reasons. First, to try to do the work to the best ability in order to survive. And second, to do works to the best ability for another reason. And in my case, working to the best in order to survive is in contrast to another person's view based on my actual works that I did, because I was scared or fearful to be killed.
Well, I have noted that you were afraid of being killed, but both Chandler and Becker suggest that you did more than was necessary to survive in your work at S21. Do you have any comment to make on that?
Response, John. The work at S21 was overloaded and I could not complete them on time. I did not have time to annotate on certain documents. And for other documents of the important people, I contacted my superior by the telephone. If you think this is more than necessary, is incorrect. I overworked between 10 to 14 hours a day, and I even could not catch up with the work that I was responsible to do.
I don't think that the comment was intended as a criticism of your work so much as suggesting that you were more enthusiastic than you needed to be. In other words, you did more than you needed to do to stay alive. Do you have any comment on that?
Response. John, I would like to frankly respond to your question. I said it earlier. I tried very hard in doing my work, and I still could not meet the need of my work. And the question is that what I work was unnecessarily more than I was required to survive. What is the catalyst to measure this performance? The Communist Party is a paranoid regime. They are always paranoid. They suspect it on everything, and they have the view that everybody was somebody who could be a traitor. And there is no catalyst to measure what is within the framework of acceptable performance and what is not. So this is my frank response to your question, Your Honor.
My observations of you during trial, which are supported by expert and other testimony, suggest that you are ready to accept information or evidence only when it is in writing. Is that a correct observation?
Response, Your Honor. The statement is almost complete 100%, but for certain issues that I clearly know, I don't need evidence to prove them. For example, in the case of Chung Mei, previously I did not know him, and in February 2006 I learned of him. Chung Mei was interviewed with a French international program, and he talks about his imprisonments, that he had a glimpse of me at the workshop. And I immediately knew that he was a survivor of that S-21 because I went there for a short period of time and I acknowledged his presence there during the time at S-21. So this is my response to you, Your Honor.
When you joined S21 as deputy chair, were the systems and procedures fully developed under Nat, or did you, using your management skills, develop them further?
Response, Your Honor. I entered S-21 as a deputy chair and I developed the system in the interrogation area by training those interrogation cadres how to interrogate. And later on, while I was accompanying Nat during the interrogation sessions, I observed the practice they use, and I used that one with my experience to further enhance the interrogation techniques. On the second part of the development for people whom Nat knew that I knew those people, then he would send me those confessions for my annotation, and once he received them, he would make additional annotations on those confessions. And besides these two areas, everything remained the same based on the existing system, which was the practice of the former Division 703.
At what point did you begin to believe seriously that S21 was a criminal organization, as you have said in the evidence? What triggered that particular view in you?
Cette réalisation, selon vous?
Response. My view and understanding on the crimes did not start with S21. It started when I was given the responsibility as a chairman of M13. I knew killing people without any reason is a crime, but I was encouraged to execute my assignment, that I have to accept and implement it, and that the party required their sons and daughters to fulfill this assignment, and that I could not avoid it. And because the party center would be responsible before the history, and M13 was only responsible for receiving the people who were arrested already by the orders of the party center, and it was the party center who would be responsible before the history. And I responded the same when I met Peter Labridge at the military court with the investigating judges of the military court. I responded the same. And when I met my two lawyers, after my consultation with them, I agreed that this work was not a responsibility of the government, because the government would not be responsible for criminal acts, and it was the individual who would be responsible for his own criminal act. But in my mind, I was still believing that I was a policeman who was carrying out the order assigned to me by the superior. And this is how I developed my mentality regarding the crime and criminal responsibility, Your Honor.
If you first began to believe that this was a criminal organization while you were chair of M13, did you ever give any thought to leaving the party at that stage before the 17th of April 1975?
Response, Your Honor, indeed I wanted to find a way out, but I could not do it. The important event for me to find a way out was when the prisoners caught or got a gun from the guard in 1973 near the Peace Mountain. 30 or 40 prisoners escaped, and 3 or 4 guards were shot and injured. And that was an ample opportunity for me to request one wage to remove myself or to demote me from my rank so that I could leave that position. As I informed the chamber previously, I begged him to punish me, but he turned his back to me and I could not leave it. And after the 17th April 75, I attempted again to leave that role. As I told the chamber, I wanted to go to the Ministry of Culture. I failed. Then I attempted to go to the Ministry of Energy, and I failed again. Kaing On would not accept it, and he denied my request.
Returning to your time as chair of S21, did you reduce the number of annotations that you made on confessions when Nun Che became your superior, when he was less interested in your analysis than Son Sen had been?
Response, Your Honor. First, I did not reduce the number of annotations. Later on, I noticed that Nun Che did not pay much attention to annotations, so I reduced the number of annotations. I talked to him, and that I was not really comfortable with the documents, but he said that they knew how to work with the documents. So for the S21 document, with or without my annotations, it would be decided by the party center. So during the initial stage of my working there, when Nun Che came to replace Son Sen, the work was still with Son Sen. So after Son Sen returned from the battlefield, he would review those confessions. For example, on the 15th of August 77, I believe, there was a document dated 11th of November, which I attached to my clarification in relation to the witness Phang Sun Thari. Son Sen annotated on the 11th of November 77. So this is my response. I did reduce the number of annotations, but the work and the decisions were still done by my superior.
Did you ever think that if you had been less conscientious in your work annotating the confessions, that fewer people might have died?
Est-ce que vous pensez que moins de gens auraient pu trouver la mort si vous aviez été moins consciencieux dans votre travail vis-à-vis des annotations?
ជំរាបប្រសាលោកជំទាវមានអ្នកខ្លះ
Response: Some people even died without being interrogated.
Certaines personnes ont même été exécutées sans avoir été interrogées.
Therefore, during this time, I would like to take this opportunity to say that the prisoners who were interested by the party center, I would be instructed to do the follow-up on those prisoners. And for those the party center did not pay much attention, regardless of their confessions, they will be executed. So the weight was not on their confessions, and that was the practice at the time.
I'd like to turn briefly to your family life during this period. Apart from your brother-in-law who died at S21, did your immediate and extended family remain intact?
Membres de votre famille sont restés en vie.
Response: Your Honor.
Réponse, Madame la juge.
First, my brother-in-law who died at S21. Yes, indeed, there was one. But at Kampong Thom, there was another one whom the party center asked the North Zones to make a decision on his fate without informing me. And my mother was extremely shocked that if I was gone, then all the family members would be gone. She was very fearful that if I slipped from my positions, then the whole family would be gone. And the rest of the family members were also shocked, and not because I could not defend or protect my in-law, but it was the situation for all the family members.
Your immediate family, your wife, and your first child, and then later, towards the end of S21, your second child, nothing happened to them during this period, did it?
Response, Your Honor. First, I would like to say that I would talk about the view of the party center toward children as a whole. They regarded children or the children of the cadres or the peasants as the property of Angka. And Angka were their parents. That's the way they consider the children. And for those people, for those children whose fathers or mothers were arrested, they would be taken along. This is to avoid vengeance or revenge at a later stage. Therefore, regardless of their status, whether they belong to my family or to the family of other cadres, they were regarded as the children of Angka. A child of Israel, before he was arrested, was also considered a child of Angka. And when Israel was arrested, the child died along with him and his wife. And if I were not yet arrested, then my children were considered the children of Angka. This is the way of the perception and or how they thought about the children.
However, as a family unit, you were able to live together. Is that correct?
En tant que père de famille, vous avez été en mesure de vivre avec et d'être réuni avec votre famille, n'est-ce pas?
The accused.
L'accusé.
It happened only ultimately. Having looked from a distance, then people can see that our family could live together. However, after there were some implications. Son Sen removed my wife from the hospital to S21, so people could see that I could live with the family happily. However, it was more like that our rights have been already removed because the party did not trust us.
So you are saying that it appeared like a normal family on the surface, but it wasn't really like that. You were still under the control of the Central Committee.
Response. All levels of cadres of the CPK who were under the immediate supervision or indirect supervision of the party center S21 was under the immediate supervisor of the member of the party center, Son Sen. Later on, it was under the supervision of Nuon Chie. Later on, it was under the surveillance of Chum Som Auk, alias Pang, and Comrade Lin. Obviously, at the beginning, it was under the immediate supervision of Son Sen, although at the later stage, there were other people who would be supervising the facility.
However, the fact that you were able to live together as a family unit was in sharp contrast to the people, including the children, who were detained at S21, people you saw every day. Is that correct?
Response. Yes, it is. Because enemies were classified differently from the friends. So comrades, cadres were friends while the detainees were enemies.
As you went between your home and your work, did you ever think about the differences between your family life and the lives of the detainees at S21?
Response. Your Honor, it is a classic situation. It happened even at M13, and we had to implement the policy.
I asked whether you ever thought about the contrast between your family life and the lives of families at S21.
The accused. I did think about this, and I had the thought even when I worked at M13. However, there has been a clear explanation between the term enemies and friends, and we were indoctrinated this ideology.
Was it your decision not to list the names of children at S21?
Response. I may have already indicated earlier on that S21 has been passed down from Division 703, and the names of the children would never be included even previously during the supervision of 703, and there were only about 4 names of the children that were registered, the children of Ta Chia. The rest of the children were smashed without having their name registered.
Was it part of the policy then that children were not sufficiently important to be listed?
Response. I do not grasp the complete information all across the country, but what happened at S21, it is true that this is how things worked. When I started working at S21, we have been imposed the policy that the children of the enemies were also enemies, so they too should or shall be smashed. And the problem is that we failed to have their names registered in our implementation of the policy.
A great deal of emphasis has been placed on your love of teaching, your skills as a teacher and as a student, your concern for students, particularly those who were poor. Do you agree with that general summary?
Response. I do agree with that.
I'm interested then in your views on education during the period of the Khmer Rouge regime. It was obvious to me that former students who came to give character evidence respected you as a teacher, and indeed you have made it clear that you respected your teachers. Professor Ka Sonbonat put this into a cultural context when he gave his testimony. Can you explain then the policy that you implemented at S21 that children would not be educated?
The accused. As to the education of the children, after 1975, children at S21 were not taken care of when it comes to education, and children all across the country were not provided this kind of education either. And as I already indicated that all teachers were taken and moved to the paddy fields, and the educational system was changed, and books were being developed, and books were developed. One book only was published at the office of teacher Yon Yad, and for that reason none of the students across the country could attend school or receive any education. Siet Chai alias Tum introduced education, and for that reason he was accused of being revisionist. And it was heard from Son Sen through telephone. Because of his act, the party accused him of being the revisionist. And during the Khmer Rouge regime, all form of educations in the previous regime was abolished, and they would like to introduce new educational curriculums, and that at S21 no education was ever given to any children.
What did you think of the policy of sharply changing education for young people during the Khmer Rouge regime?
The accused. That is the policy Pol Pot called the great movement, the great mass, the great leap forward. In education system, they focused on the very brand new imaginary educational system. As to the economical system, they focused on only two forms of productions. The production that based on communism, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. And we worked our best. But each meal we were offered minimal food with cigarette, and clothes were also given to us based on the need of each individual. So this is the policy of the great forward, the great movement, and great mass. While religion was abolished, culture was demolished, and so on and so forth.
What I really want to know is what you, as a skilled and dedicated teacher, thought of the policy that children, including poor peasant children, did not need an education in the sense of learning to read, write, and do mathematical calculations.
Response. The educational background required by the CPK was that everyone had to be truthful to the party, entirely truthful, and we have to be absolutely determined to be committed to be loyal to the party, and that we had to be qualified in the field we assigned to work. For example, if the combatant, they had to be qualified to become a soldier, and those who are were put to do farming, then they must acquire some kind of agricultural fields. And as I already told you, it was part of their project.
Did you have any views on this policy?
The accused. As to this policy, although I view as a challenge, difficult to implement, I had no choice but to implement it. So I could not challenge it after all.
So you never communicated your views to Son Sen or anyone else on the education policy of the CPK?
Response: I would not dare do that. I would like to also refer to another issue that I never mentioned in this court. There was a song by Pol Pot. This song was that this policy was the policy to save people from being exploited and to rebuild new Cambodia. The policy that embedded with the Marxist-Leninism, and that we had to work our best to be rebuilt ourselves as the great children of the king of the country, and that we have to commit ourselves truthfully, voluntarily, to assist them as they need us. So every cadre of the party had to memorize this song and its substance. So we had to obey or to be bound by the substance of the song, and that we had no opportunity to discuss or to communicate our view to them.
Mr. President, is this a convenient time to take an adjournment?
The President said it is an appropriate time to take the adjournment. The Chamber will take the adjournment and resume at 3:05. The President, please be seated. The court is now back in session. Next, the Chamber would like to give the floor to the Defense Counsel to be able to put questions to the witness, if they so wish. Mr. Kasavod, Mr. President, thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Peng Puan, good morning. Could you please clarify for us? Besides being a teacher at a Pquam school, what did Hong Pen do for a living? You already indicated that he volunteered to teach at your school, and that during 1994-95 there was not any financial support to the teachers. And I am interested, and the court is interested to know also what kind of occupation he would have beside being a teacher, just to live on. Response.
Réponse.
I noted that he did farming. At the same time, he taught. And at his home, he sold grocery.
À l'établissement scolaire et à son domicile, il vendait
Mr. Kasabut, thank you. You said that at that time in your area
Vous avez dit qu'à l'époque et dans
there were a lot of robbers.
la zone où vous habitiez, il y avait
Can you please tell the court whether in each robbery case then the killing would not be avoided?
Il y avait aussi tuerie.
Response. There were some robberies previously, but only that the victims were tortured or beaten, but they were not killed. But in this latest incident that happened to his family, his wife was stabbed to death. Mr. Kasabut, my question is that normally the robbers would just beat the victims and they did not kill the victims, but then when it came to the family of Duch, then his wife was killed and he got injured by the robbers. So do you think that this kind of robbery was an abnormal or very unusual robbery? Do you think that this kind of robbery was contributed to the revenge or started by the other Khmer soldiers toward his family? Response. I'm sorry, I cannot really tell you about this. Mr. Kasabut, thank you.
Maître Karsavut, je vous remercie.
So, based on your knowledge, from 1993 to 1995, Hong Pin was the staff member under your supervision.
Faisait partie du personnel sous votre direction.
Can you tell the court about his treatment toward the students and the teachers and the people in the community? And if possible, can you please also tell the court of the reactions of the people in the community toward him? Response. Now, only talking about the relationship between the teachers and students, I have noted that a lot of students loved him. They even called him grandfather's teacher or master because of the appreciation of his talent, and they really loved him. So, and he had a very good communication with the other teachers at school. Mr. Kasabut, thank you for sharing this with us. I have no further question, but I would like to share this floor with the international colleague. Mr. President, Mr. François Roux, you may now proceed.
Maître Roux, je vous en prie, si vous souhaitez intervenir.
Mr. Roux, thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Witness. I am not going to have you repeat what you already said, but I understand, of course, that you thought that Mr. Hang Ping was doing a good job in your school and that you had good relations with him. Isn't this what you said to the chamber?
Response. Yes, it is correct. I did indicate that. I did say that he did quite a good job, and I did have good relation with him.
Et qu'il entretenait de bonnes relations, effectivement.
Question. And when you were answering a question that was put to you by the co-prosecutor, you said that during his arrest, you were completely shocked. You were completely shocked when you discovered that Mr. Hang Ping was the former director of S21. Is that so?
Response: yes, it is correct. It was surprised. It's surprising, and I couldn't believe it.
Qui m'a surpris, j'étais incrédule.
Question. May I therefore say that you were disbelieving because in relation to the man that you had known previously, it seemed to you impossible that this very same person could have been the chairman of S21. Is this what I must understand?
Response: could you please repeat your question?
Puis-je vous demander de répéter votre question?
Pardonnez-moi. Vous étiez en état de choc.
Please forgive me. You were shocked, you said, because it seemed to you impossible that this man that you had known as a teacher had been previously the chairman of S21. This seemed to you to be completely impossible. It seemed to you to be impossible that it had been the same man who had been in these two different functions. Was that the reason for your surprise, for your shock?
Response: yes, I was shocked to learn of that news because he could not have been the chairman of S21 because he worked as a teacher and he was normal.
Et avoir été directeur de S21, c'était une personne normale. Il était enseignant.
Question. And you also said to the chamber, after having explained that you had been shocked, you also said to the chamber that today still, you are still afraid when you remember this regime. Is that so?
Response: it is quite normal that at the person the same age as me would have experienced such a regime, and we are still terrified.
Question. And am I right in saying that you were able to overcome this fear in order to come today before the chamber to provide your testimony?
Response: yes, it is correct. Because although I am feeling terrified, but I feel compelled to ascertain the truth before the chamber. And I'm shocked. I still feel fear.
question. Well, then, Mr. Witness, I wish to thank you, and I have no further questions, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you for having traveled here.
The President. Mr. Peng Pon, the Chamber is very grateful to your assistance and presence in this court as schedule. The hearing proceedings to hear your testimony has already come to an end. Therefore, you now may travel back to your hometown, or you may choose to follow or observe the proceedings, and you are allowed to sit in the public gallery to do so if you so wish. The court official is now instructed to take him to meet the vessel unit to coordinate his traveling back to his hometown. The President. Next, the Chamber is proceeding to put questions to the accused concerning his character. The detention security personnel are now instructed to take the accused to the dock. The President, before we proceed with the questioning to the accused concerning his character, the Chamber would like to give the opportunity to the accused to make his observation in relation to the testimonies of the witnesses who have already been called and heard before the Chamber. The accused has already been notified of this, so if the accused now would wish to make such observation, you may proceed. The accused. Mr. President, first of all, I would like to just indicate that I concur with the testimonies of the 6 previous witnesses. And next, I would like to classify these witnesses into 3 groups. First, there was only one person named Su Saad, who is the most senior person who has lived through several regimes. And there are other 2 people who were my students in the next group, and followed by the 3-person group, including my colleagues who are senior, who have lived in their community for long time already. They have started their work for the government since 1979. So their statements reveal their will and their impression in relation to their observation on my personality. And that's all, Mr. President. The President. The next proceeding is about putting questions to the accused concerning the character. The accused already had an opportunity to tell the court of his full account of his biography and background. Then we ran out of time actually during the time when the accused was giving opportunity to tell the court about his biography. Then it is now time to put more questions to follow up. May I ask what reasons that made you to change your name, revolutionary name, from Duch to Hong Pen? The accused can be reminded that since the proceedings will last long, so you may be seated. The accused, Mr. President. In 1985-86, I was teaching at the primary school at Samlot. I taught students and my children. In June 1986, my superior advised through Su-maid to ask me whether I would prefer working at Samlot or moving to K18 with him. If I chose to go to K18, then my superior asked that I change my name, and I told Su-maid that I would prefer going to that K18, and that I passed on this message through Su-maid to my superior, Sun Sen, that my name, Duch, could be changed to Hong Pen. I would like to also emphasize that previously I used the name Duch to refer to a very good student, but Pen referred to a very lazy student. So this time I chose a lazy one. But Pen here, in Khmer dictionary of the Buddhist Institute, people know this dictionary as the Samdat Chunat dictionary. Pen refers to the top or superiority. And I've had to be very mindful with choosing the surname for my children. I did not pick up Mir as the surname for my children. That's why I chose my clan's family name, Ang, the Chinese. And with different tiny dialects, Ang can also be called Hong. But I did not really use Hong accurately. I used Hong instead. That's why Hong Pen finally became my name. And this name was chosen only on the occasion when my superior asked me to teach Khmer literature to the Chinese students. The President, my next question is that other witnesses have not made it clear yet in relation to the date you started work as the teacher at Guam High School and the date when you quit your job at that school at Svai Chek district. Since it is now time you are here before the court, can you please tell us when exactly did you start working on a voluntary basis at Guam High School, and how long had you been working there before you were allowed to move to the educational department at Svai Chek district?
Response, Mr. President. When I applied to be a teacher, and that first I started as a voluntary teacher without salary, from my recollection it was in 1993. I can also recall that I think the timeline of registering my name as a teacher was moved back to August 1992. That is the first issue. And on the second issue regarding the date when my family was robbed, we can say we were robbed, but later on with my analysis it was to the contrary. It was not actually a robbery at all. When my wife was stabbed to death, and that I was also stabbed, it was on the 11 November 1995, and my wife passed away, and I was sent to the referral hospital of Tmopuk district to receive treatment. I was discharged a fortnight later, and with the assistance from Mr. Peng Pon, from Sampun, the chairman of the district education office, and from Juvan, who testified yesterday, I was assigned to the Svai Chek district to settle there. So the movement from Guam to Svai Chek was after the event of robbery. Likely it was around the end of November 1995. The date that I left the district education office to teach as a French teacher at the Svai Chek school, Chu Wen and Hun Smien could recall the better date, the exact date, and I cannot recall the date. And I acknowledge the date that they provided. It was the 28th of October 1996. And I left Svai Chek for some load. From my recollection, it was in June or July. So this is my confirmation of the dates of my relocations to various places, Mr. President. Question: can you recall when you became a teacher and you started as a voluntary teacher, the way you tried to be recruited as the official of the education office? What did you tell the district education office? Did you tell them of which political faction you came from? Amongst the 4 political factions, that is the tripartite faction and the government force, did you ever tell the district education office regarding this issue? Or what did you tell them when you applied to be a teacher at that school, at the Phuoc High School? Response, Mr. President. In the beginning, I was assigned to Phuoc by Son Sen in order to organize the economic base for the line. In their theory, after the Paris Peace Agreement, there would be an election. Therefore, the lines will be split into 2. The economic line, that is for the people and to educate the people, and the second economic line is to support ourselves, to support the people within the line. And I was assigned to work at Phuoc. And regarding the time that I applied to work as a teacher at the Ministry of Education through the District Education Office of the State of Cambodia regime, that was the time when the reintegration was happening, and with the assistance from people who were close to me, like what was raised by Peng Won and Rod Nat and another person who initiated the assistance. So I was encouraged to meet Duch Lund, the head of the district education office. He was from the Son San party. So it was under the favorable condition by Mr. Lund that I was recruited as a teacher, and later on, after my name was approved by the departments, then I started to receive allowance for my teacher career. Question: when did you give up your teaching career after you tried very hard and you started as a voluntary teacher, and later on you became a full-time teacher with a proper allowance and and other benefit, but later on you gave up all those wages and the allowance and your profession that you started not long ago? What was the reason behind this abandonment, and when did you give it up? And after that, what did you do? Response: it's quite a long story, Mr. President. It is within the political context of the 4 political parties at that time. I came from the Democratic Cambodia faction and to be stationed in EPCOM in order to manage and establish a economic line for the people and for ourselves after the election took place. During my station there, and not for long, there was a disagreement between the Khmer Rouge faction and the others. At that time, the Khmer Rouge refused to lay down their weapons by own tact, based on the spirit of the Paris Peace Agreement. My superior asked me to station at Kadap Thmo village in the EPCOM area. It was near the Chat Mountain. In such a remote location and in such a situation, I believe the Khmer Rouge was not able to recover their defeat, and I was trying to seek a way out. However, within the political conflict amongst the four parties, I needed to protect myself too, and I did not want the Khmer Rouge to see me as betraying them. And secondly, I did not trust anybody at that stage. And indeed, it was my observations that as a combatant in the battlefield, the state of Cambodia soldiers were well disciplined and they listened to the orders of their commanders. And those people who used to serve for the People's Party, like Laing Hon, Luat Nat, and Chu Luon, whom I knew later on, they were individuals whom I trusted them, and they trusted me. But above them, I did not understand the political lines of the Cambodian People's Party, and whether they would be kind to the former Khmer Rouge people, and that they would be kind to me as a former Khmer Rouge soldier. So my feeling at that time was uncertain. And when I entered into the education office, I tried to maintain my firm stance and not to risk my life. But unfortunately, an event took place and I lost my wife. And when I moved to Schweizerich in 1996, it was around June. At that time, I believe I was not yet injured. Oh, I apologize. Actually, I was injured. And Ieng Sary actually was reintegrated into the government, and I wanted to do so. But at that time, I did not know Ieng Sary well, and I could not find him in order to make myself reintegrated in the process. So this is one segment of the event. And in 1997, when I was teaching my younger sibling from Samlot, from the Sumet control area, they reintegrated with the government force. And my younger sibling knew that Sumet was recognized and accepted by the Cambodian People's Party. So I believed now there would be a way out for me through Sumet. So then my brother took me from Schweizerich to Samlot to meet Sumet, and Sumet accepted me, and he made an arrangement for me to meet with the leader of the Cambodian People's Party. But then suddenly Mok rebelled and took people from Samlot to live at the Makmun camp. And only later on, in late 1998, I returned. But when Sumet arranged for me to meet with the representative of the government, I was detained and placed at the military court for the prosecution. So that was the process. And I firmly believe nothing can be kept secretive for long. Something can be kept as a secret for a period of time, but it cannot be kept for long. And that was the time when I went to Samlot to seek a way out. And this is my response, Mr. President. Question. Can you recall when you gave up your work at Zweige and moved to settle and worked at Samlot? What was the exact date of this event? Response. Mr. President, I left Zweige for Samlot. I cannot recall the exact date, but I recall a few days after I arrived at Samlot, there was an event of a coup d'etat by Prince Ranariddh against Hun Sen. I cannot recall the exact date of the coup d'etat, but probably this is a main event we can use as a base to see or to adjust the date of my arrival at Samlot. Question. So you went to Samlot after the Khmer Rouge forces started to reintegrate with the government in large scale. That was the first large-scale reintegration which happened in June 1996. Is this correct? Response, Mr. President. That is true. I left Zweige in late 1997, says the accused. Question. During the second detachment attempt in the 5th zone, as you said, regarding the Mahmoud force, and some former Khmer Rouge cadres who created a control area in Samlot. Where were you at that time? Can you recall that event? That is the second detachment of those forces. Where were you and what did you do? Response, Mr. President. When I went to Samlot, I had 2 places to stay. I did not go and settle with my younger sibling, but I went to reside with my in-law's nephew, in-law niece, as her husband was a messenger of Sumet. So that was the location where I stayed. This is my response, Mr. President. The President, we are not still clear that when the second detachment of the Khmer Rouge force and they created a control area in Samlot. Were you in Samlot at that time? Or you went to Samlot after that event? That is the event of the second detachment of the former Khmer force to create their own zone. Response, Mr. President. When I arrived there, I stayed at the house of the messenger of Sumet, and the news that Tamok went to Trat, I learned of that news. But Sumet himself said everything would be okay, and that I should just focus on my work, and I believe him. And the Samlot district chairperson told me that he would go to Battambang to pick up his wife and children, and then that he would return, and that I should not go anywhere. So I stayed there as I was instructed, but next morning, the Mihmut force gathered people and moved them from Samlot to 2 refugee camps. It was at Mak Muong village, and for those from Koh Kong were placed at Sao Chau village. So during the Mihmut's rebellion, based on the order of Tamok in the second detachment, it existed after the coup d'etat attempt by Prince Sihanouk against Hun Sen. So I believe it was in August or September when I went to Mak Muong, and it was in 1997, Mr. President. Question. So you left Svajait for Samlot before the event of the second detachment of the former Khmer Rouge force. Is this correct?
Force Khmer Rouge, est-ce exact?
Response, that is correct.
Réponse. Oui, c'est exact.
Question. When you went to live at the refugee camp, as you was gathered amongst other people, after the event of the second detachment of the former Khmer Rouge soldiers or forces, how long did you stay at the refugee camp, and when did you return, and upon your return, where did you settle? Response, Mr. President, I arrived at the Mak Muong camp in September 1997, and I returned in 1998. It was between July or August, I cannot recall it clearly. I think it was in July. It was the first repatriation of people from Sao Chau and Mak Muong camps, and I cannot recall the exact date. So it was either in July or August 1998. The President. So for the repatriation, where did you settle? Response. I went to stay with my younger siblings' house at the Old Totem village, Tasang sub-district, Samlo district. It was near the district's office. It was just across the creek where I stayed, and I did not go anywhere else. I stayed at that location. The President. Now let me talk about your personal religious observance from your childhood until the time you joined the revolution in the late 1960s until a later date, which religion you observed and practiced during that period? Response. Mr. President, my grandfather on my mother's side was a Buddhist follower who was respected, well respected by his villagers. I think I might touch on the topic of superstition at the time now. The abbot of the Purvoi Pagoda passed away in 1993, and my grandfather passed away in around 1955, I suppose. When my grandfather passed away, the elders in the Purvoi village dreamed and saw at night a light at the pagoda temple, and they believed that was a sacred thing, that the Purvoi pagoda needs to be protected by the spirit of my grandfather and of the abbot. And I was influenced by the superstition and belief. And later on, when I received education, especially when I was at a literature class, I analyzed the Buddhist religion, and I saw three main core points, that is the philosophy, the Buddhist philosophy, or in French, le canon bouddhique. And when there is a religion, then there would be an organization, and then there would be a summit of the religion, and then there would be another group, the followers, and there had to be disciplines. So based on this view, we can say Buddhism is a type of a religion. From another perspective, the Buddha himself never said he was a god. Although in his background it was believed that he was a god who came down to earth from heaven and to be born as a human being. And when the Buddha passed away, he instructed his followers that they should study their Bibles, the Buddhist Bibles, and relied on the Bibles. So all the followers and the researchers believe that Buddhism has a particular interesting perspective as it is scientific based. On another point, other religions, including the Priem, they use the Vishnu and the Buddha and another figure as the three figures of their respect. And in Christianity, it was the Father and the Son and another figure as the main figures as well. And the Islamic religion, Allah was the biggest God. And then there was another God who was only disseminated information from Allah. And that was my understanding through my study of religions. And when later on I decided to join the revolution, because I studied a book of philosophy, as I reported to the chamber, that was the
philosophie, comme je l'ai déjà dit.
Preliminary philosophy
Il s'agissait là, j'ai évoqué
book.
notamment l'étude d'un livre de philosophie primaire.
The primary principle of philosophy regarded material is the main core, and it is also a combination of all the philosophies around the world. And they dismissed any sacred objects or believed in sacred objects or religion. And when I was so absorbed in this philosophy, in dialectic materialism, I was so absorbed in the Mao Zedong's doctrine. His first theory was that there would be no view without a class. And in French, that's what he said.
Aucune conception sans empreinte de classe.
I was interested that this is a good view. And later on, Mao Zedong also said, love, true love for people was to be authoritarian, and the power should be granted to the proletarian class. And I believe this is a good philosophy in order to sustain and resuscitate the situation in Cambodia and to assist the Cambodian people. So I dismiss all the beliefs that I had in the past, and I only hang on to this philosophy. But later on, I was still thinking, and I was pondering myself of the fact that people who were let out by the party at the same time in 1967, some of them went to Ratanakiri, and why I was disconnected and only assigned to stay at Chamkale, and later on I was arrested by the government and detained. And during my imprisonment, how come the prison officers could not locate me and execute me, and instead 2 people were executed, including Lao San, the teacher, and Sin Hok, a farmer. They were let out and executed from the prison without any trial. And I was wondering myself why I was not executed.
This problem actually surprises me the materialism concept. As I already said earlier, Indonesia had a huge population of Muslims, but majority of them was falling into the ruling of communism. And in 1966, Suharto took full control of the country. And later on, I made a decision that it would not be good to really follow such a revolutionary, and because later on I noted that other peoples were also put on trial by the 4 clique of the Cultural Revolution clique, and that's why I changed from the communism to the idea of Christianity. And the reason I converted my religion, because I believe that the love to the people of the communism is to give the absolute monopoly to the proletariat class. And I already reported to the court about the Buddhism, the principle. It states that everyone should not really take a revenge against one another in order for us to live in harmony. So, however, this kind of philosophy was not really convinced. This kind of philosophy is in favor of the classless society. However, having observed the philosophy in the Christianity, it advises us to love the neighbors like our relatives. However, it is contradictory when people are supposed to love their enemies also. And by having this kind of new notion and having observed this Christianity and its new notion, I believe that it's good that I can convert to this religion, because we can also love our enemies. And I have compared other religion, also the concept including Islam, and I believe that Islam is a religion that really advises people to love or treat one another fairly. But I want to make sure that I want to follow only the religion that treats people equally without any class, and I believe that Christianity would be the ideal religion. And having noted that my wife was killed by the robbers, and I could also see that if my children were also killed, what would happen to me? So then when I converted to Christianity, I could baptize my children. And even I later on died, then my children would be under the good care of the people at the church, and none of my daughter would end up being a whore. So that's why I think this is the notion I picked, and because I want to make sure that my children would also be taken care of if I passed away. And I am not in the position to join the new religion to challenge any religion, including the Islam, for example. The President, since it is now time to take the adjournment for lunch, we will now take the adjournment and resume the session at 1:30 p.m. The security personnel are now instructed to take the accused to the waiting room and bring him back to the courtroom by 1:30. The greffier, all rise.
La greffière, mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous lever.
Could you please tell the court in what capacity did you know that person, and how did you come to know him? Response. I had known him because he would want to work as a teacher at my school. Question. Could you please tell the court in which school did he ask you that he could be teaching? Response. At that time, because the school was new and that I am the person in the local community who was promoted to oversee the school temporarily, and having noted that we needed a teacher, so we recruited him in 1993 or 1994. Question. What was the name of the school you worked at and he taught? Response. It was Guam High School. It was located to the north of the Guam village in the territory of Guam village, Swajek district. The President, could you please recollect the exact date when he asked you that he could become a teacher at that Guam High School? How long had he been teaching at the school, and when exactly was it? And when did he leave Guam High School to work elsewhere? Response. He started work with me, as I already indicated, in 1993 and 1994. He worked with us until 1995, when he was transferred to work at the educational office. The President, could you please be more precise about the date? And this date is very important to be clarified or verified. There has been some facts which are related to this accuracy of the verification of the dates because the parties would put questions in relation to these actual dates concerning the accused character. So could you please restate your statement? Response. My apology, Mr. President. I may not made myself clear, but he did work with us from 1993 to 1995 when he moved to work at the educational office of the district. Question. Mr. Peng Puan, could you please tell the court about the character of the accused Kaing Guek Eav alias Duch, although you have known him as Hong Pen? So since you had been encountered with him at the Guam High School, then you could shed light on the character of the accused now. Response. Mr. President, when he worked with me, as a teacher, he was like a normal teacher. However, I have noted that he was very strict to his assignment and work. Question: could you please elaborate further on his character? Was he a aggressive person, cruel, gentle? And how was his interactions with the students, the teachers, and people in the community, based on the best of your recollection? Response: having noted his performance at Guam High School, I noted that he did not show any signs of abnormality because he taught students like the way the other teachers taught students. It's normal. Question: what subject was he assigned to teach at Guam High School? Response: since the school needed teachers in chemistry and physics, so he was asked to teach these subjects. Question: which grade did he teach? Response: it was the new school and there were no students of higher grade. There were 5, 6, and 7 grades. So he was asked to teach grade 7 and grade 8 students. Question: when he was recruited to teach at Guam High School, was he the staff member of the government? If he was the employee of the government, to which institution did he belong to? Response: when he worked at our school, he did not belong to any particular institution yet, or he was not paid, so he was not a government employee. Response: question, correction, interpreter. So he worked on a voluntary basis. So was he offered some kind of assistance or incentive? Response: he volunteered to work for us, and the schools did not have any reward to him, although we assured him that we would do our best to help him obtain the official post. And during that time, it was under the conflicts, and it was difficult to get any financial support for any teachers at the school, especially for him. Question: when he volunteered to work at the Guam High School, where did he live? Was his residence located next to the Guam school, or was it far located? Response: after he started working at the school, he started to build a small house near the school, which was about 100 meters from the school. Question: do you know where he came from, and how he could teach at Guam University, what kind of specialty or field of education he obtained at school. Response. I don't think I know about this, but at that time, people at the refugee camps were repatriated. In light of that event, then he also came, and I could not really have a good grasp of his biography. Question: did you liaise for his recruitment at the school, or was he introduced by another individual so that he could volunteer to teach at your school? Response. I learned from Nat, who told me about the background of Mr. Hong Pen, because Nat would tell me about his previous profession as a school teacher, even from the Sangkum Ria Niyom, from the Prince Sihanouk regime. And then I recruited him. Question: you indicated that he worked at the school on a voluntary basis. How long did he work at the school before he was employed officially by the government? Response: it had been long before he was employed officially. It was in late 1995 already. And then he was employed officially by the Ministry of Education. Question: during the time when he assisted you at the Guam school, could you tell the court of his work performance and his teaching? Was he a punctual person or committed person, or was he at the school to only show off that he was good enough to be a teacher, and that you could grant him the full employment, official employment, so that he could become government employee? Response: he could be seen coming to the school regularly only when he had some personal and family problems that he would seek leave. President, were you or did you live next to the place where the accused lived at that time? Response: my home is not far from the school. It is about 800 meters only. Question: can you tell the court why he changed from his teaching position at the Guam school to the educational office at the district? Because he was promoted, or because of what other reasons? Response: actually, he had his personal and family problem because his family was robbed. His wife was killed during the incidents, and he got injured himself. And we took him to the hospital, and after he was discharged from the hospital, he asked whether we could help him to avoid facing the same incidents. And then we proposed to the educational district office and that they agreed to save him for security reason, and that he was transferred to that district office in late 1995 in light of that. Question. After he departed from Quam High School and started working at the educational office at the district, do you know how long had he been there before he moved further? Response. I'm afraid I don't know, because it was under the supervision of the district office when it comes to his performance and duration of his work. And I lost touch already when he was out of my sight. Question. Did you know that he disappeared after some times? Response. I have no idea, because I was far from the district office, because it was about 30 kilometers from my home. It was so far to know what happened there. Question. Can we move back to the robbery, the episode in which his wife was killed? Do you recall when exactly was it? Response. I don't remember when, but I believe it could have been in 1995 the incidents happened. Question. As a colleague, what is your impression in relation to the robbery and the incidents that led to the execution of his wife, who was killed by a stabbing of the bayonet of the weapon? So can you tell the court of your impression in relation to this matter? Response. I don't know for sure, because it was at that location, it was in the very unsecure zone, and there were several villagers, newcomers, and it was hard to control, and instability was widespread in the local community. So I may not be able to tell the court about this. The President, judges of the bench, would you wish to put questions to this witness? Now, the chamber would like to give the floor to the prosecutors to put questions to the witness. The prosecutors have 10 minutes to do so. Could you please remind it to avoid using or putting hypothetical questions or repetitious questions, and that avoid putting questions that lead to the witness to give his assumption in his testimony. Prosecutor. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Peng Puan, have you been close in terms of relationship with the accused? Response. Having worked as a colleague for a certain period of time, it can be actually said that we had been close because we had good communication. Question: when he started working at your school, did you ask him to produce his biography? If you can recall this, so can you also tell the court what would be the content of the biography? Response: he wrote briefly in his biography. He said that he was the former school teacher during the Sangkum Niyom regime. Prosecutor: do you know that during the time when he worked as a teacher at your school, did he manage to keep good contact with other Khmer Rouge leaders? Response: I don't know because I have not noted it. Prosecutor: thank you. You never seen it, but did you know that, or did you observe that some Khmer Rouge soldiers were searching for his whereabouts? Response: no, I don't know, or I didn't observe it. Question: when did you get to know that Duch, the accused, was the chairman of S21? Response: I only learned of this information when he was arrested and his information was broadcast. Question: having learned that the accused was the chairman of S21, was you disappointed or shocked to hear that? Response: having learned that, it was interesting because I didn't expect that he could have been the chairman of S21. Prosecutor: thank you, Mr. Witness. I have no further questions, but I would like to share the floor with my international colleague. The President, the International Co-Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Mr. De Wald, thank you, President. Good morning, witness. Witness, we don't know much about your past because there is nothing in the file concerning you except for some indications of the defense. I would like to ask you one or two questions about your personal past. And first of all, Mr. Witness, do you know Chuvin E Hun Smirn, the two persons who go by this name, these names?
Response: yes, I know these two persons. They were the former teachers since the regime of the state of Cambodia.
Des autorités éducatives de l'État du Cambodge.
Mr. De Wald, question: can you tell me where these two persons worked at the time when you were principal of the Guam school?
Response: Chu Wen was the Deputy Director of the District Education Department of Tmor Po. And now he is the Deputy Director of the Swai Che District Education Department.
Question, and Mr. Hun, you didn't answer the question concerning Mr. Hun.
Response. I knew him, but his workplace was far away from where I work, so I cannot tell him much. He worked at the Svajej school.
Je ne peux pas dire grand-chose. Il travaillait à l'école de Svajej.
And I only knew him when he was provisionally promoted as a deputy director, deputy principal of that school.
C'était au moment où il avait été nommé au poste de directeur adjoint de cet établissement scolaire.
Question. Very well. Can you then tell the chamber whether you have met with these two persons recently and under what circumstances?
Response. Are you talking about the meeting before I came to provide the testimony, or the meeting at our location at the school?
De la réunion qui a eu lieu à notre établissement scolaire.
Mr. De Welt, just asking you to answer, tell us when you met them. Was it recently, in the last few days, the last few weeks? Did you have the opportunity to talk about the coming trial?
Response. I have not met them until I was called by the representative of this court. And for Mr. Juven, we work together at the office, so I meet him every day. But I have not met Hun Smin.
Rencontré Hun Smin auparavant.
Mr. De Welt, thank you very much. Mr. Witness, can you tell us in a few words what you did between 1995 and 1979 under the Khmer Rouge? For example, were you displaced? Were you forced to work? Were you a soldier? Or did you occupy any other function?
Response. During the Pol Pot regime, I was a rice farmer. I was in a mobile unit. I was assigned to build dams, to work in the rice fields, etc.
Et j'étais affecté au travail dans les rizières.
Question. In 1994, do you remember whether the teachers from your establishment from Svajej had been to Phnom Penh to undergo a training session?
Response. Could you please repeat your question?
Question. In 1994, some of the teachers who were your colleagues or yourselves or members of the management of your school or of the Svajej school, did they come to Phnom Penh to undergo a training, teacher training?
Response. In my Svajej school, I do not believe that we were sent for teacher training in Phnom Penh, no.
D'accord.
Mr. De Wild, very well. To be perfectly clear concerning Hang Peng's character, at any point in time, did you hear some of your colleagues, colleagues from your school or from your region, talk about him as possibly being, having been a cadre of the Khmer Rouge and having played a role in the crimes committed between 1975 and 1979?
Response. From what I know, the people living there, including myself, did not know of his past. Only after his arrest and when it was made public, then we were aware of his past.
Mr. De Wild, according to you, in his years when he worked with you, the accused, he behaved normally, as you said. Was he somebody who was happy, make jokes? Was it fun to be in his company?
Response. During the time that he works there, he did not seem to joke around much. He was a gentle and a quiet type of person, and he seldom made a joke.
Mr. De Wild, question. Can you say that at that time he wanted to please everybody? He wanted to please his pupils, his colleagues, the management. Did he do everything he could to be considered as being well integrated?
I noticed the defense counsel on his feet. You may proceed, says the president.
Maître Roux, President, you reminded us that we were not to ask questions of the witness on his suppositions, asking a witness whether he supposes whether the attitude of the accused was to please is a supposition. So, President, may you kindly remind the prosecutor to respect your indications.
The President, the observation by the defense counsel is appropriate. The witness, you do not have to answer these questions, and the co-prosecutor, you are reminded that the time for your questioning is running out.
Je rappelle à Monsieur le co-procureur international que le temps qui vous est imparti s'épuise.
Mr. De Wild, I have one last question. My colleague asked you a while ago what was your reaction when you learned that Hang Peng, whom I believe you admired and appreciated at the time, was in reality Duch, responsible for a very large number of crimes, as you know now. Did you feel betrayed when you learned about this? The consideration that you had for Hang Peng, was that affected in any way? What was your reaction? What did you think when you thought back about the years that you'd passed with Hang Ping and his attitude?
Response. As I said earlier, during his time that he was with us, his work was remarkable, and his relationship with other people was excellent. We would not have known that he was a senior leader of that regime, and upon learning the news, I was shocked. I was really shocked.
Avez-vous alors fait peut-être des
Mr.
cauchemars
DeWalt, did you then have any nightmares about having met with somebody, trusted him,
tout ce qu'il avait pu commettre
knowing
comme
afterwards
crime pendant
all
la
the
période des
crimes
Khmer
that he
Rouges?
was able to commit during the Khmer Rouge period?
Response. I hate that feeling. And today, when I thought back of the regime, that a lot of Cambodian people died and that now people are disgusted with him, I still have the feeling of fear within me. And also, I am quite concerned with my personal safety. Even at the present time, at the location where I stay, although safety seems to be ensured, I am still pretty concerned with my own safety. The President, Mr. Co-Prosecutor, your time is running out, so you are not allowed to ask any more questions to this witness. And the DVD for recording the proceeding is also running out. Therefore, the chamber will adjourn for 17 minutes, and we will resume at 11 a.m. to continue our proceeding. Court officer, can you provide necessary refreshment to the character witness and invite him back into the chamber before 11 a.m.? Greffier, all rise.